Friday, June 28th, 6:50 Pacific. I forgot to turn my account on. Do that right now. All right. Let me see here. What do we got going on? We sold off from the news, taking it all back. Typical. That's how it always goes, I think. So it looks like Nilo here, first entry, second entry failed. It's almost, seems like it's, seems like those failed second entries always work when it rushes through the midline of the Bollinger. It doesn't even have to come back to the midline. I wasn't here yet. All right, so I'm gonna be trading PA11, and that will be the leader account, and I'll be trying to copy trade to 43 and 12. Yesterday I tried to copy trade on the one trade I got, but I think I put the order in too late, so I just didn't have time for the copy to get to the other accounts, unfortunately. So first entry long, second entry long, no room. So, I don't know, yesterday was an interesting day. Really thought I wasn't going to get any trades, and then got one in towards the end. Definitely don't want to trade as late today as I did yesterday. Hopefully some nice setups will happen and I can feel confident in earlier on, so I don't have to stick around so late. Yeah, I watch some other streamers and they just talk the whole time. I don't know how they do it. If someone comes in here, well, I guess I do. They have a lot more people in their chat, so I guess it makes sense. So I definitely talk a lot more when people are in the chat. But it's also a lot more exhausting to talk so much on the stream. Yeah, the second entry would have worked. I think. Let's see. Yeah. The ATR is right at 45 ticks right now, so it's not huge. It's not small. Where are we on the daily? Daily doing just what I thought. Turned into a first entry long, second entry long engulfing, triggered. It's also a failed second entry short. The midline, after rushing through the midline. So playing out just how I would look for it on a 1 minute chart. You can probably take this off. So I'll just be patient, wait for my setups. I'm 4-4 for the week, but if you look at just the regular hours during the weekdays, I'm 4-0. And then those 4 losses are all from Sunday. When the session opened and Sunday night. So I just won't be trading those hours anymore. I think I just do better in the regular hours. Not as many issues with slippage or wide spreads and all that kind of stuff. So I think regular hours is just where I gotta stay. The difference between 0-4 and 4-0 is pretty glaring. So yeah, we got the retest of the high. And see what that means from here. Still have room on the daily to go a little bit higher till these body highs. And still have a bit higher till the top Bollinger and the measured move. So see if it can break out or not from that high. Looks like it's acting like some sort of resistance to start with, as expected. Here's a case of a close outside the Bollinger. So if it comes and ticks down here, let's see if we can, I'm not going to do it, but just see what would happen if you would sell it, if there's enough downward. Maybe it's not even going to do it. Here is a close outside the Bollinger. And I guess the problem would be like, where do you put your stop if you do those trades? Because this one still came down before it went up from here. Seven, 3/4. I didn't see this play out, so who knows? Maybe it went down first and then came up and then closed here. Anyway, I'm going to try to do some playback with that thought process of outside the Bollinger to trade the counter direction, see how I do if I have time. All right, so it's definitely seems like it's going to go for the retest of the high up here on the daily. Unless I'm just buying on the closes of the top Bollinger, there's no way for me to just trust to get in this at any time. And there's a lot of traders that will just chase it and just jump in, but it's not my style. All right. Well, there's no more news for the day, so hopefully there'll be some kind of pullback at some point. Maybe it's kind of like one leg up, two legs up, which puts us right around where we are now. Let's see what happens from here. Yeah, I was watching some traders that on YouTube that just like pick a spot and they go counter trend. And then they get mad when it doesn't work. I don't really, I understand how it could work a lot of times, but I mean, you're going to have a pretty low win rate, I think. If you're just picking, like high of day, for example, and just putting a sell order there. I mean, how much did this work for? Worked for like 11 points, I guess. But when it doesn't work and it just blasts right through it, I don't know how people continue to trust trading that way. Because, no matter what the levels are, it's like, I always want to wait for like some sort of confirmation to see that those levels are holding and then find an entry to get in. Otherwise, it's just like putting blind faith in it, right? Just that level has to make price react. I don't think it always does have to make it. There's plenty of times you see things just go right through levels. GameStop has not been very exciting lately. It's up like 15 cents. It was crazy yesterday with Chewy and it's called, is it Pet for Petco? They just rocketed up on Roaring Kitty's tweet and then came all the way back. Where are those today? Woof. Yeah, okay, Woof is up 6% today. Where's Chewy today? Chewy's down 10% almost. Interesting. It's gonna be another one of those days. Well, I know we got a measured move and some, so take that off. Is it a just buy up day? Nothing I would have traded if I was here earlier. It's just another day to be patient. Closing in on all-time highs again. I think the market is always a little bit more difficult all the way up here. Kind of like yesterday, I was just grinding up. Look at that on the daily. Bit past this possible resistance here. I mean, I definitely think we'll get a new high and probably touch the top Bollinger probably today, right? And then it'll probably come back down towards the end of the day. That's my guess. Wow. Up 220 points. Insane. All right, finally hit top Bollinger. Now what? Just out of curiosity. Looks pretty legit. The trend line's going to be right at the bottom Bollinger. Just make sure that the copier is working. Right, so that looks good. Orders are working. Look at the daily, pulling back to that resistance, possible resistance level. All right, just waiting to see if there'll be some kind of second entry setup off the bottom Bollinger. Just a first entry. I think that's right off where the trend line would be. Let's see. Yeah. See. It's a new low here. There's a first entry short. It's also a first entry long. So I was thinking if it comes down and goes back up, be a failure and a second entry long at the same time. Didn't really do what I was expecting right there. It goes up here. I'm not interested in that. It's got to be down here then. Oh. I don't like this. I wanted it over here. I wanted it to come down, go up, trigger, go up. So there's where it triggers. I like it there in the middle after going flat. see what happens at this level. That was a failure, but it's just barely enough room. You see, I mean, I'm just not taking trades when it doesn't make sense. Like this was a long setup, but it just didn't make sense there to take it. And then I didn't want to take the failure because there just wasn't a lot of room, so just hanging out and waiting. But I'm gonna this weekend try to do some testing of ideas to trade off the Bollinger. Because I have some thoughts, so I want to try some things. So we'll see how that goes. I don't want to test any of that on my PA accounts, so. Still expecting a retest of this high. You saw I could draw a trend line. This is the first break. So it's essentially 2 legs down now. So even though we didn't get to the measured move, I'd say it gives more reason to think that we are going to retest the high. But no setup in sight for me so far. Here's another case, close outside the Bollinger. Counter trend trade. Or, you know, take the counter trade to where it opened outside of it. Easily works. Just want to do it on playback and see, because I haven't really tested it before. I guess what I would do is I would put my buy order back inside the Bollinger and put my stop under the red. So it's a decent amount of risk. 8 ticks, 9 ticks. If I put it right on it, 7 ticks, or I mean 7 points. It's not that much, right? 28 ticks. That'd be a good trade. Alright, so full measured move. Still think I retested the high. Get another situation where pivot doesn't hold. For those that will just choose these spots and say buy. Yeah. Now you gotta see if this measured move holds up. Alright, take this off. The measured move, 2 legs down. Oh man, GameStop is starting to move. It's going to make me wish I kept my call for today. I had a 25 strike call for today. It's at 25.70 now. I just don't want to hold it for another Friday where I think I've had 2 calls that expired on Fridays that they were in the money until the Friday. And then they brought it down against me. So I decided to close for a small profit yesterday. Alright, so it looks like it got up here to where this resistance is, and it's been backing up from there, temporarily at the very least. Now I'll look for the next larger move, which could be considered this. I've already done that too. Yeah, so done 2 measured moves plus. Another kind of wild day on the NASDAQ. I was just checking to see if this was a new high, but it's not. It's higher, so if this was a new high, could maybe have said first entry, second entry long here, but it's not the correct count. I mean, maybe it's close enough that you can just call it a new high, but GameStop's trying to make a move again. It's at 26. Up almost $1 for the day. All my positions are for longer term positions now, so I don't have to watch it as closely today. Too bad I closed my call yesterday. Even if I closed it here, it would have made a pretty good amount more than I made yesterday, but in it for the long haul. All right, this got really slow over here. No reliable setup so far. 0. ATR's at 53 now. It's good to be aware of that. You know it's big when it's 20 points over here. between each number. I have to make it this big to see it as 10 points. There's Neva, there's a first entry short. It's a little sideways here. There's a second entry short engulfing. I'm hesitant to take it engulfing so early in the candle. I've been burned so many times on those. I already would have worked. I was hoping if it was going to do that, it would have been much later with the candle getting ready to close, and then I could enter it. But, all right, well, it's the best setup I've seen so far, but sometimes I just don't trust engulfing. Curious. Wow, it's still 9 points down there below the candle. No way I'm taking a trade down there into the Bollinger. Where's the destination of this thing? Coming up on this area of 530 news. And the next destination after that, I would think, is the opening price. Maybe previous day high. That was kind of a level that played out multiple times in the overnight. But yeah, look at it on the daily. Got up to this resistance and it's been backing up. In the 5 minute, this is all just a first entry short. On the 15 minute, same. Those things never give me more info, never helps me. So now, Before you could just buy up anywhere. Now you can almost just sell down. It's another one. Oh. It's funny how there's weeks where you get all these setups that fit your requirements over and over and over. And then there's weeks where it's just dry. Maybe I'll take a break for a few minutes. I feel like I can feel myself losing a little patience here, so I'm just gonna walk away for a minute. Turn off my accounts real quick, so no issues while I'm gone. All right. We'll be back in a couple minutes. back. Turn this off, switch back on my accounts. All right. So turn back on my copier. 43 and 12 and 11's the leader. And yeah, this market's funny. It's like as fast and hard as it goes up, it does the same coming right back down. So it's up. And as soon as I get back, I get a message from my wife saying, "Can you help get our daughter awake?" All right, so I know I just got back, but I'm gonna have to step away again. So turn the accounts back off. She just needs me to wake her up, and she said she'll come in soon. So yep, I'll be back soon. All right, I'm back again. Let's try this again here. Turn this off. Turn back on my accounts. P11 is going to be the leader. I'm going to attempt to do a copy trade on 43 and 12. And it doesn't look like I really missed much while I was away. Still nothing that looks like a trade for me in all of this. And I leave, I left around here, I guess. So yeah, I just don't see anything I would have taken. Now, interesting, already all the way back down, basically to the open price. And we'll see what happens right around here, because obviously we're not far from the low of day, and all the levels are all stacked up on top of each other. So the low of day, the previous day close, the session open from yesterday, and the open from today, all just stacked right up. What does it look like on the daily now? So yeah, we hit that apparent resistance. Didn't even hit the Bollinger and backed up off of it. But there's a lot of day left, so who knows what'll happen. So far, it's just very much like yesterday, and where it's just not giving me the kind of setups I look for. Even when I'm away, it's not like I'm seeing something that I'd want to take that I wasn't here for. Only one trade I saw, I like this first entry, second entry short. It was engulfing. It happened pretty fast, and at the time I just wanted this bar to close, but it engulfed with still like 30 seconds in the bar. So by the time it went all the way down here, there's just no trade for me. I'll just watch, be aware of something like this for now. And GameStop again makes a big early move and then just backs up. That's like yesterday. It made a move early and then it was just never able to get back up there later in the day. It's still up, but I need a big move on GameStop for the big picture. Right now my position overall is red for GameStop. thing I want to test with the Bollinger on playback is when the Bollinger flattens out and you go from the top and you get it, there's technically 2 touches on the bottom here. You get a bullish bar. Can I just go long even though it's just the first entry? I want to see what kind of win rate I come up with doing something like that. Because in theory, you generally go from the top Bollinger to the bottom Bollinger, especially when it's sideways. And then back again, obviously. But I'm not a Bollinger expert. I've literally only been using Bollinger for like a month. And I really haven't done a lot of research on it. I just like to observe things for myself and not be biased by what somebody else says. I like to just observe and test theories about what works and what doesn't work. Then at some point, maybe I'll look and see if anyone has anything interesting to say about Bollingers. All right, so new low, first entry. So second entry short off an inside bar, nothing that makes me interested. Didn't even get to the top Bollinger up here. Didn't even get to this resistance. Roman's back. Hello, Roman. Roman says, what I see, strong movement down happened. Yes, very clearly strong movement down. But I also saw strong movement up. So we've seen it all today. We saw up, down, now we're seeing sideways. And it failed second entry short. I just don't like it going into previous day's high. I don't like when I see a long entry going right into a level like that. It'll probably work because I'm expecting it to get to the top Bollinger, but I put this yellow line here for a reason, because those levels can act as resistance. Roman says, oh, even that was full movement up and down. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was clearly like 2 legs up and then clear 2 legs down. So this long, I think already would have worked for my profit target. Let's see. I'm just shy of it right now. So I would move to break even +1 already right now, just to make sure it wouldn't turn into a loss. It might have just hit break even +1 right there before it went to work. So I think if I took that, I probably would have just been break even trade. Any trades today, Roman? Are you trading at all? I think you said you had that Top Step account. Do you still have it? Roman says we can see what part of participants only are traders. You know, for me so far, it's just a day where I've only seen one setup that I liked, which was here for short. But it was basically, I mean, it's matching highs, really, I think. Let's see. Yeah, matching highs. But I looked at it as kind of like an engulfing entry. It happened pretty fast. And there was a lot of time in the bar that was left. So if it was closer to when the bar was going to close, I would have entered it. But sometimes this goes and then it just bounces up. So I don't want to take that chance. So I guess what I'd be curious is if we get like 2 legs up like this. I'm not really expecting it to do that. I'm kind of more expecting it to come down, but Okay, so it's kind of doing what I expected, but no entry for me. Roman says that means only traders there are on markets. Don't know about all that. I think we're coming up on the lunch hour, so it's Friday. It's going to be coming up on a holiday week. Definitely wouldn't be surprised to see this head back up at some point today. Basically have a tighter range in here at this point. Yeah, I mean, Roman says, who is a trader? The person who should enter to movement and leave it when he gets profit. I mean, Roman, you got to realize on NQ, unless you got very deep pockets, most people can't afford to just enter long and just let it go without a tight stop. So most people, most regular people that are trading are traders if they're trading NQ. The institutions don't have to trade it the way we do because they got billions of dollars behind them and they can have really wide stops and they can also manipulate the market. We can't do that as individual retail traders. So when you're talking about who's trading and who's not, every day there's traders. Every day there's people like you and me. They're just trying to take our little small piece of the market and be in and be out. And then, of course, the institutions, they can do high frequency trading. They got algo trading, and they got deep pockets. So they can choose to, and not only that, but the institutions use these indices as leverage. They're hedging all over the place. So you also got to remember that. So I don't know, the way I see it, your statement doesn't really have a lot of importance to what's going on in the current price movement as far as any individual that's participating right now. The conditions are the conditions, and we have to be able to adjust and trade it accordingly. It doesn't matter the reasons why or how the market's doing what it's doing. My daughter might be coming in, so I might be turning off my mic here for a couple minutes. Hello. Are you done with breakfast? Okay, I'll be right back. My daughter's just about to get going for school here, so I'll be able to get back to concentrating in a second, but I'll be right back. All right, so just think we're in a big range, but then also in this tighter range at the same time. There's nothing I would have taken in all of this so far. You know, when we're in something this tight, I mean, I'm not even really, I mean, it's not as tight as it looks, I guess, actually. But it has to be like a great entry. And it's still 20 points just inside this yellow range. But just the nature of how tight the Bollingers are, how the bars are forming, it's just, there's not a lot of room to maneuver. I mean, yeah, maybe you can try buying the lows or selling the highs, but you know this thing is going to break out sometime soon because of the Bollingers. When they get this tight, you know that a bulge is going to come. It's going to send it in one direction or the other. So we'll see. Patience paid off for me yesterday. And it usually does. I usually do all right. I usually do find at least one trade. The times where I have red days is where I just get impatient and just try to either chase something or try to make something of a not great situation. I usually pick up a loss and then usually a good trade will come after that. But I've already gotten a loss, so then it just turns into like a small red day or a break-even day or maybe a small green day. So it's better for me to wait. All right, back again. She's getting in the car, going to school. So, yeah, just not really a whole lot to work with so far today. GameStop's making another move back to 26. That's good. I like to see that. The level that's at right around 26 has been a lot of resistance for quite some time. All week, really. So it'll be interesting if it breaks out, if it can get to the next level. I had a feeling if I closed my call yesterday, it would do this, but I've just been left holding the bag so many times on, well, not so many times, it was twice, but on a Friday expiration. So hopefully it's ready to do a breakout. It'll probably go to what I was hoping for yesterday, which is 27. 27 would have been good for me for that call that was expiring today. But yeah, now I'm just in my longer positions for GameStop. So it doesn't really matter exactly what happens just today, but obviously I want to see it start breaking back up to the top side again overall. Let me change the color of this, just so I can see this yellow line. So, I mean, the resistance isn't exactly at that yellow line, but it's so close to it. I mean, to me, it's like the previous day high is playing some sort of role. Yeah, you can see that here. So breaking out from the small range. All right, so let's see what happens here at the bottom. If this level is going to hold. Roman likes to make definitive statements like it is finished for today. So I'm just going to hang, keep waiting for an entry I like. right, so testing the session open as well as the regular session open. Roman says something. Roman says there are only two kinds of people, those who want to buy and those who want to sell. Both of them already done their trades. Gotta disagree with you again, Roman. There's only one kind of person that's sitting here in front of these screens looking at the chart, and those are people that want to make money. So we have very different outlooks on what we do here and what the market is. Because there's one kind of person that does anything in any kind of market, and it's people that want to make money. And you can make money in any kind of market at any time. And if the market's open, then it's not done. If the market's open, transactions are happening and people are making money and people are losing money. So there's two kinds of people. There's people that make money and there's people that lose money. Those are the two kinds of people that are involved in these markets. All right, so this bigger range really wasn't the thing. It was really this. And attempting to test the previous day close, which really, I mean, there was no gap today because we already were at that at the market open. So, I mean, we're this close to the session low, you know, I would think we would touch it at the very least. We are also at the previous day close. So there's all these levels of like support level here. And the daily, we're going to be going right back into the midline of the Bollinger. So I wouldn't expect it to go much further down today, just in my opinion. Anything can happen, but that's kind of how I see it. I mean, it could go further down in my estimation, enough to like probably get to the midline of the Bollinger. But I mean, I wouldn't expect much more than that based on what I'm saying, but who knows? Anything can happen. So what I'd like to see is maybe get a new low and then start making its way up, and then see if I can get something back on the way up if that plays out that way. Obviously, if it just starts selling off and keeps going, then I'll have to look for something on the downside, but it's not really, I mean, I'm certainly not looking to go short anywhere around here, I'll tell you that much. I mean, for me personally, I really would like to see it reach the low of the day, this dashed red line, and at least touch it, if not get a little bit below it, and then start making a move up, because then it would give me a reason to think that maybe the bottom is played out. I mean, I suppose it's good enough that if their bounce happens off the previous day close too, that kind of makes sense, but it feels like it would be complete if at least it would touch the low of the session. Roman says for move up, there should be believers in move up. Well, trust me, if this thing starts moving up, you start to get believers. So we'll see. You don't know till you know. I don't know what's going to happen next. It's all a game of probabilities. What's most likely to happen given a certain set of circumstances. And right now, there's no clear set of circumstances to judge by, especially for a long. The one thing you'll see with me is I have a lot of discipline and a lot of patience most of the time. All right, so there's our new low. Now I wait and see. If we start making a move up, like that starts to build some sort of structure, then I can potentially trust that the move down could be played out. Let's see on the daily, we're still a little bit shy of the midline of this and the middle Bollinger. So, I mean, it's entirely possible there's still a little bit more room to the downside, but I just got to wait and see. Curious. On the 5 minute, I'd say there's a first entry long, second entry long that failed. It's also new low, first entry short, second entry short. So on a bigger chart, there's some clear reasons for what we've seen. I'm just going to be watching to see what happens if we get to the midline or the Bollinger. Again, this is a Friday leading into a holiday week, so it's a short week next week, 4 trading days. Was it like a short day on Wednesday, wherever day the 4th is? We'll probably trade till, market's probably open till 12 Eastern, I'm guessing, closes at 9 Pacific. I won't be trading that day. And then I'm guessing it'll be pretty dry leading into that and be potentially pretty dry coming out of it. A lot of people go on their summer vacations. And I feel like this week was kind of like a little bit of a strange price action week in general. So maybe that has something to do with it. I think also just all-time highs, generally speaking, have a lot to do with it. It seems like every time we've been over 20,000, the market's been a little bit wobbly. All in my opinion. All right, so I'm very skeptical of shorts at this point. I guess you can make an argument that potentially you could say that's a leg and be expecting a leg, which gives you more room. What's this? Gives you more room to the downside. But I don't know why, I suspect that this could be a bottom after the new low. So well, there's a second entry short setting up here right off the previous day close, which is interesting. But I am skeptical. It's right off the midline too. It's kind of like my trade yesterday where it was resistance, it couldn't get there. So yeah, I almost prefer if this doesn't even trigger. Did it trigger? 42. Oh, it actually did trigger here already. I didn't notice. So it triggered immediately. Yeah, triggered by one tick, immediately went the other way. So it's kind of showing the reason why I'm saying I was skeptical of shorts. Just that reaction right there, just like that. It failed second entry short. I'm not ready to go long yet, so I'm not going to go long if it's above this. Yeah, it triggered above already too. So anyone that uses a signal bar as a stop, they got triggered out if they put their stop one tick above. I'm not ready to take a failed second entry short for long yet. I wasn't ready to take a short here. I think this is like one of those areas where it just could be double traps. Who knows? Pretty sure it already ticked above 56.50. Yeah, 75. So it triggered by one tick here, it triggered by one tick here. It's interesting, that was right off of the previous day close. I mean, that's usually a level I like to trade with, but I've been talking about it already, that skeptical shorts and not convinced for longs yet. And this just looks like the kind of trade I've been trapped on a lot of times. It actually looks a lot like the one yesterday that almost came up and took me out of the trade, and then it ended up working. This time I would have been stopped out. So if I were to enter the long, I need it to get to approximately here, which it looks like it's going to do. Basically the pink dash line, session open, is where I need it to go to if I were in the trade. Right, so it looks like I would have got the win there. Just wasn't ready for a long yet. But this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, I don't know if Roman's still here, but this is exactly what I was talking about, which is to make the new low, and then there's potential for the market to turn around again. I'm not saying that's even still what's going to happen yet, but this is kind of, I'm not surprised to see this starting to happen right now. And then if we can see kind of a strong bullish structure form, then I'll be starting to look for long trades again. This was a potential long trade right here, but just too early for me. And it just shows, if we can't even get close to this measured move, we're going strongly the other direction. In general, that's typically what happens when you don't reach those. But there's still a chance for this to play out to the downside and end up getting there, so gotta wait still. But hey, the way this is currently happening, it's almost like I know, like I'm somewhat aware of how things work, and I almost know what I'm talking about. So that's fun, right? Even if I can't figure out a way to profit off of it, first step is having an understanding of how the market's moving and how it's working. And then you just look for setups based on whether it's following your reads. So it's all just little signs of possibilities for me as I move forward. Now, I'm not saying it's just going up and up and up. Like, this can still get rejected and come back down. So that's why I'm waiting to see if there's follow through at this level, because this is the open of the market today, the regular hours. So if it can get through this level, or if it gets resistance here. All right, so here's what I was looking for to see if there's going to be a rejection here or not. And then let's see if there's some kind of continuation. The thing here for me is, like, it moved pretty strongly through the midline of the Bollinger, but we already had the first entry, second entry barely by one tick short that failed. And that's what caused it to go through. So what I really want to see is probably like some sort of pullback to the midline and then a continuation up, and then look for some kind of entry. And it's kind of the situation is, I definitely would not be surprised if our move down is complete with this new low in place. I also wouldn't be surprised if we have to come back and retest that even, but that's why I just go with what I see as I see it. so obviously this move back down doesn't give me a whole lot of confidence in the long. Looks like we got rejected by the opening price. So it's all basically a game for me now of, are we going to have a setup that sets up a continuation of going lower under these levels? Or are we going to get a retest of this low and then be able to move back up? Just a very unclear market for me. And really just no setups where I'd want them. I mean, even here, this is a new low. It's a first entry short, second entry short, going right into the previous day close. It's not a trade I'd be looking for. It goes right through it today, but then other days this will be support and it'll bounce, or at least bounce enough to maybe take me out of the trade before it goes and works. All right, so another new low. All right, so maybe it really is gonna head down for the second measured move. It's also, could also do it like this potentially. Gives you a very similar, a little bit shorter target. Where are we on the daily? All right, approaching the midline and the Bollinger. New low in place. Just no setups for me at all. Look at this thing go. So see if there's any kind of support level coming. I mean, this is a hell of a day. Seriously, we had from the open a 233 point move to the top. And now take it all back plus 288 all the way back down so far. I mean, that's a pretty wild day. Not too far from that. A bit further to go there. We're right at 20,000. Of course, there's a little bounce at 20,000, right? Just people blindly buying at 20, I'm guessing. Some people like Roman think I'm crazy that 200 points up and 200 points down, I don't have a trade, but I'm not gambling here. I'm just being very precise, trying to be more like a sniper than just a madman entering all over the place. ATR is still pretty high at 53. Try this. Trying to let it go. Come on. Keep going. All right, just take that. All right, so I got a trade. Let me type this up and put it in my stats, and then I'll talk about it real quick. See, so I got two different entries on one of my contracts, but basically got the 6.5 points, and then with 8 points. Got about 8 points and 6.5 points between the two contracts. It looks like I did a good job of getting as much of that second contract as I can get before it went the other way. So I like the way I played that. Let me update my stats real quick. So 1-0 for the day. And makes me 5-4 for the week. Although remember, all 4 losses were on that Sunday. If I didn't trade on Sunday, which I normally don't, I'd have a 5-0 week right now. So that's a good sign for me. So instead of 56%, I would have been 100% for the week so far. But it is what it is. But that's why I don't trade Sundays anymore. That's going to be my rule going forward. No after hours, no Sundays. Regular hours is where it's at. And you can see, I mean, this is why I'm just going to be trading to be patient, because, you know, look, when I have multiple accounts that I'm comfortable trading at the same time moving forward, you know, like when I'm trading, say, 5 contracts or 5 accounts at a time, you know, I'm going to make $1,250 here, more, make over $1,300 on one trade. So that's what I'm building towards. But I like this trade. For one, I have the measured move that I still kind of considering, but the shorter measured move and the longer measured move. So I have a target to the downside. This is also one of those situations where I talk about this a lot lately, where when it rushes right through the midline of the Bollinger, if I get a setup back at like around the midline, typically it's going to work to go in the same direction. And the way this was such a strong move down, there's reason to believe that you could get another low off of that. So contextual wise, I liked all that. Also, you know, we had the rejection I was talking about. So it rejected at the open price. Everything is underneath. And not only is it a new high and you have a first entry long, and then this ticked below and ticked up to make a second entry long off this bar, but you also had from the bottom a first entry short here and a second entry short. So it's a Pikachu. And so combining all of those factors made me confident to take that trade. And that's all I need to do. I mean, all I need is literally one trade a day on these accounts, and I'll be able to accomplish what I want to do. So this week, I think, is a good example of that. I think I have one trade every day. I don't remember exactly, but I know I have 5 for the week during the weekdays. So I am going to wall this off just to see it this way. And let me turn off my screen real quick, because now I'm going to change accounts. So I'm not going to, what I'm going to do now, and this is part of the game plan. Let me update the days traded. I always forget to do that. 3, 9, 4. And then what I'm going to do is, so now I've got wins on these 2 PAs. So I'm going to lock these wins in. I'm not going to put them at risk any further today. I'm going to switch to account 13 and try to get, hopefully, a trade on that for the first time. All these 13, 14, 15 are all pretty new as of last week. And I'll probably continue to trade on this account because this is a really big profit target I have to go for. And it's just an evaluation. So if I blow it, I blow it. But I do need to do my best to try to build it up and pass it. So I'm going to leave this on the copier. But now instead of trading 2 Ps at the same time, I'll just trade this one only if I see any other setups I like. So I'm going to turn off the screen for a second just while I change accounts. All right, and then I'm going to change my copier. So 13 will be the leader, and then the only account being copied will be evaluation 43 again. So that's how I trade. Look, I sat here. How long was I sitting here? I started at around 6:45 in the morning, and my trade is at 9:45. So I sat here for 3 hours, patient. Didn't get caught up in the hype of a 200 move up and a 200 move down and whatever. Just looking for what I consider to be really high probability setups. And it pays off when I do that. Yeah, and when I don't do that, I tend to get losses. So this didn't respect that. So let's take that off. So that's how I trade. Yeah. People like Roman can come in here and want me to change what I'm doing, but what I'm doing is starting to really work for me. I go slow, I'm meticulous, and I try to be just like a sniper. I pick my spots, and I really think that this win rate, when you see this win rate as I continue forward, I think it'll climb. I also think that when I have a fresh year to start with, I think I'll be a much higher winning percentage trader next year than I am this year, because I've just made a lot of changes and things are starting to really come together for me. I think we'll see. It can all fall apart again on me. I've been close to payout so many times, and I just fall apart towards the end. The extra pressure of making that last couple $100 always gets to me. So we'll see what happens. But now I have a lot of accounts again, and I feel like I have a better game plan overall. So this is a new low. You got a first entry, potential second entry here. Actually just already triggered. Not something I would take short at this point. Not something I'll take long at this point. Possibility for 2 legs up gives you what? We're already almost there. I don't like this for short. I mean, we did touch the top Bollinger, but it's just not a short I would take. GameStop, of course, falls apart in the middle of the day like it has been lately, and back to just around 25. Just continues to not make its move. I got a lot of time for it to do what it needs to do. Also, my copier is working perfectly lately. Haven't had any issues with. Well, yesterday it didn't work. Yesterday it didn't fill, but I think that was just I put the trade in so last second. I think it just didn't have time. Today it had a little bit of time, worked perfectly. Didn't have any issues with accounts being left in the trade after the leader closed or anything, and it just seems to be working pretty well. And the fact that I got exactly the same profit on both accounts, it's a good sign. Replicanto doing its job. Certainly appreciate that. I mean, yesterday, this is actually what yesterday profit should have looked like on my one win. It should have been the same on the same two accounts, 11 and 12, and then I should have had a nice profit, like $1,000 on 43. So I got a little gypped yesterday that it only happened on one account, but I was still happy with it. You know, like a day like today, 270 and 270. So what is that? 540, 550 basically. Between the two accounts, you know, if I make 550 in a day, to me, that's a fine day for where I'm at. I'm happy to make 550 in a day doing this, and I hope to build on that as I move forward. All right, so that failed second entry short. Looks like it is working for move up. Now we've got a new low of the new low. So again, this will be a situation. Can it break through these levels? Because if it can, the next test would be a high of yesterday. And then from there, it could potentially just go up back to the top. If it takes out this level here, then it wipes out this measured move, which will be the beginning of me thinking that if this measured move's not in place, then maybe we are going to go higher, because usually when it doesn't reach measured moves, it goes a strong distance in the other direction. So there's two measured moves it has yet to reach. I think if it gets rejected again from these levels and stays under, then that'll be very telling as well. All right, so now I'm back to a waiting game. I waited 3 hours for this setup to come to me. Set up exactly for what I was looking for at the time. It's really the only one that I've seen that's set up where I was able to kind of be ready for, like, okay, if this happens at this spot, then I'm going to want to take that trade. There's only one other trade I considered on an engulfing bar, but it wasn't like that. It wasn't set up. It was up here. It wasn't set up where I was hoping for it and how I was hoping for it. So I left that one alone. See, where are we on the daily? Well, yeah, we got that touch on the midline and a little bit of a bounce from that. So that could be a good reason for the bounce we've seen, where we've seen it. On the 5 minute, a new high here, first entry long, second entry long failure. I mean, it's interesting to see these setups on the 5 minute, but the bars are just so big. I mean, this bar is 100 ticks, 101 ticks. And this is even bigger, you know, the high of this. So if you want to take the failure, that's a lot of risk. It's more risk than I had on my tick charts when I was trading tick charts. So that's why I don't really find 15-minute useful for me at all in terms of giving me some sort of insight into the market. It's the same thing though. If you look at it, it's a new high, first entry long here, second entry long here, failed below here. So, you know, they're giving the same kind of setups, but the setups are so huge. I mean, this bar, 215 ticks. It's just, I can't trade off that kind of a chart. So that's why I like the 1 minute. The 1 minute has given me a reduced risk size. Right now we're at 47 ticks ATR. So in general, the 1 minute is lower risk to my trades than the 5 minute or 15 minute, obviously, or the tick charts that I used to use. So I might have really found my sweet spot. The 1 minute chart, even though I'm getting less trades, it seems like overall, less good trades. I mean, if you don't count my Sunday terrible trading, which wasn't really that bad. I mean, I go back and forth because it really was, but because of the spreads and the slippage, just the lower liquidity, that's what was really affecting those trades. I mean, I think 2 out of the 4 would have won if the entries filled where my entry orders were. But regardless, if you don't count Sunday, I have a 5-0 week. When I was trading the BS system on tick charts, I was probably averaging around 10 a week. So maybe I'm back to having half as many. But also this week it's been kind of a tougher week. I don't know. The market changes. So look, I'm not going to complain. If I can get really consistent taking these kinds of trades on the 1 minute chart, it just isn't going to ultimately matter. You know, a guy like Trades by Matt or Alpine has proved, you know, you can make $277 a day. And if you can get to the point where you're trading multiple accounts, you know, I'm only trading 2 on the copier at the same time. But if I can get to the point where I'm trading even just 4 at the same time, you know, I just made $1,000 today. Yeah, if I'm making $1,000 a day on one trade, I'm going to be in a pretty good spot. That's, you know, that's roughly where I'd love to be, just modestly, you know. If I could be making $1,000 between 4 accounts, that would be a great place to get to and build from. All right, so again, looks like we have a new low here, first entry short. Now again, this is kind of getting back to the area where I want to see, are we going to continue to get rejected? Or if this thing can move through it, then the downside might be over. You know, maybe I was a little premature saying the downside's over here. We got another new low. It's again the same situation where the downside could be over. A nice bounce on the daily off the midline, just shy of the midline of the Bollinger and midline of the range. Easily could be the end of the downside for the day. So now I just sit and wait again. It is 10:10 for me, so I just finished the lunch hour, right? 1:10 East Coast. Haven't fed my dogs yet. My wife is home. I'm going to see if she's feeding them or if I have to feed them and take them out. Because if I need to be the one that takes care of the dogs, I'm probably going to do it right now. And then that way I'll have like a good 15-20 minute break. And then I'll come back and maybe watch the market for another half hour or something and then call it for the week and start my weekend. Let's see what she has to say. All right, so we're back in this area where we got rejected last time. This is the session open. This is the New York open. We do have a first entry, second entry short right off the session open. I don't trust that level. All right, so my wife just let me know that she reminded me she does have something to take care of for work. So I'm going to take a break here. This will be a very key, important area if we get rejection again or not. So I'm going to take a break. All right, so yeah, I'm going to take a break here. So we'll see if there's rejection here and follow through back down to the downside. I kind of am suspecting we're continuing up though, but it's a great time for me to just take a break and not get trapped in anything. And I will be back. So I'm going to turn off my account real quick here. All right. And let's put this up. All right, so I'm going to go take care of my dogs, feed them, take them out, and then I will be back and take a look if it's worth trading or not anymore at that point. Looks like the second entry short is now trying to work here. Curious. Still needs to go a little further. Needs to get to here. All right. So it looks like I would have been at least break even +1 the way I'm trading these days, if not the full profit target. But I don't really trust this pink level, which is the session open from yesterday. It's something I've added recently, and sometimes it seems like it comes into play, but a lot of times it doesn't really seem like it plays out. So, all right, I'll be back 15 or 20 minutes or so. All right, so I'm back. Turn that off. I'm going to switch my accounts again. Go to PA 13. It's next in line to be traded. And I'll continue to copy evaluation 43 with it if I get a trade there. And it doesn't look like I missed a whole lot while I was away. The same level, the open price, which is the white line, and then the pink, which is the session open price, both looking to continue playing as resistance. So really, in my mind, things can still go either way because we haven't taken out this pivot high yet for the second measured move down. And we still have this first really big leg down that still needs potentially to be reached down here. So there's still two targets to the downside. They don't have to be reached, but it's possible. And then this is going to be a key area, whether we can break out to the upside and have follow through, or if this is now going to reject essentially from the same spot it rejected before, and we're going to continue down to those measured moves. So I had a lot of conviction in this trade, context wise and setup wise. It made a lot of sense to me to take that trade. Right now, the way the market is, I don't have a whole lot of conviction one way or the other. I'm going to need to see more price action before I have a belief that I can then look for a setup to support it. Looks like Roman is back. Hey again. Roman says it's a good place we have now, the average price that is comfortable for both part of participants. Yeah, none of that really means anything to me, but sure. We're just, as you can see, we're right back to basically where we started off the day. You know, we're flat for the day. It's always a little weird. I think these numbers are I don't know what these numbers are based on, because like here we can see we're below technically the previous day close, and it's saying we're up 5 points. So this isn't completely accurate, I guess. I'm not sure what it's looking at, but at least I figure it's close enough. That gives me an idea of where we are at the market. But you know, the open was here, the close was here. So as far as the New York close yesterday, we haven't moved. I know what it might be. This is probably from the close of the session yesterday, not the New York session. And I do everything by the New York session as far as opens and closes. So that's what that is, I guess. No, because the close is higher. It's up here. So it really doesn't make sense to me where these numbers are coming from, where they're getting pulled from. We have to look into that at some point. I don't really use these a whole lot as far as like, it doesn't matter to me as far as my trading goes. It's just kind of a reference. But anyway, I mean, you can see the New York close was right at this dashed blue line, and that's where we are today. So for the 200-point move up and the 200-point move down, we've essentially gone sideways from yesterday. You know, we can see that on the chart, on the daily chart. We're literally right where the bar closed yesterday for the daily bar. And yeah, 200-point move up and a 200-point move down, and that's where we're at. None of that really matters to me because I'm just looking for my scalps like this trade right here. You know, all I need to do is be in and out. Got my 6.5 points on one contract, got about 8 points on the other contract. And that's all I'm looking to do. If I get more than that, great. If not, that's my kind of base level amount that I'm going for now. Roman says more chance that buyers will try to do effort today. If no, then sellers will try their approach. Well, Roman, what you just said is you don't know if it's going up or down. Don't really know what the... I understand what you're saying, but yes, it will either go up or it will go down based on whether buyers buy or sellers sell. We will have to wait and see. That is true 100% of the time at all points of the day. Oh, Roman, you play poker? I play poker too. Well, I haven't been playing lately, but I used to play a lot. Roman says, meanwhile, I play poker, so I come for a short while to see at the markets with you and back when next tourney starts. Where are you playing poker? You know the World Series of Poker is happening right now in Las Vegas. Are you in Vegas? Poker Stars, cool. Yeah, I used to play poker quite a bit. Yeah, poker online, right? I used to play poker quite a bit. I prefer to play in actual casinos. I don't like playing online. Ever since years ago, where it was proven that there were bots trading and all kinds of shady things going on, people being able to see other people's hands and whatnot. So ever since that happened, I stopped playing online because I just don't trust it anymore. But I love playing in the casinos. I haven't done it in a long time, ever since I had my daughter. My daughter's 3 years old now, so I literally have not gone to the casinos in the last 3 years since my daughter's been born. But I love the game, and I think there's a lot of similarities in trading and poker, and it all has to do with being aware of probabilities, knowing what the probability of your hand is while you have the two cards in your hand for Texas Hold'em or any other game you're playing, and what the probabilities are for you or your opponent to get the cards they need on the next cards that come out. I play Texas Hold'em, so that's mainly what I think about. I never really got too much into Omaha or any of the other games, but it's all probabilities, and it's the same thing. It's all probabilities. If you can work out, setups, do they have 90% probability or greater or less than? Are they 70%, 80%? It's all related. It's all math. Roman says, I don't like to see people lose money in live. I just can't take money from them. I have a problem with my empathy. Oh, yeah. You know what? In real life, I have a problem with empathy. It's not a problem. I'm very empathetic in real life when it comes to personal relationships or people in general, strangers even. But when it comes to going to a poker table and taking their money, it's basically making an agreement. It's the same thing as trading. You're making an agreement with each other. You're going to play a game. The game is played fairly, and whoever wins or loses, it was a mutual agreement that the winner takes the money. So I don't feel bad, and I like to be quite aggressive at the poker table. I'm actually much more aggressive playing poker than I am here playing the futures game. So interestingly enough, for whatever reason, I don't know, but see, Roman, you and I always disagree. It's pretty funny. Roman says poker is not the same as trading at all. Poker likes to speak definitively. So maybe it's not the same for you, Roman, but for me, it has a lot of similarities. I know you love to define things and make it that if you have an opinion in your words, you present your words as if they are definitive, proven statements, which I think is funny. In my opinion, there's a lot of similarities in poker and trading, because when you choose to go with a trade, you're believing that your probability of winning is higher than it is losing. And when you go with a hand in poker and you decide to put your chips in, you're deciding that your hand has a higher probability of winning that hand than it does in losing. And so you're putting your chips in. So maybe you don't agree, but it's my opinion. And you can have your opinion. I don't care. You can have whatever opinions you want. But to say definitively that poker is not the same as trading at all is just funny to me. But anyway, I welcome you to your own opinion. We are two very different people. You take 100 trades in a day. I take 1 or 2 or 3, maybe 4 trades in a day. So it is pretty funny that you you enjoy to keep coming back though, even though we're very different. Roman says poker has a mathematical chance to win. You have a flop, turn, river, which has turnover situation completely. Yes. And I would argue that the markets move in very much the same way. Roman again definitively says trading has not of it. Well, you're wrong. How do you think that the market makers set standard deviations in options trading? How do you think they set all the components of the delta and the gamma and the theta and all those factors? It's all math, bro. I think you have a little bit of an oversight. You come off as a very interesting guy in the chat because all of your statements are very definitive. Like the definitive answer, and there's only one way to think about these things. But I'm here, I guess, to show you that there's other ways to look at it. And not to say that I'm right, but it's not to say that you're right either. But there's always another way to look at things. So I try to be very open-minded. I try to see things from a lot of different sides. But I also know better in life than to say that anything is definitive. Some people might even say it's definitive that the sun is going to rise every day on our horizon. But at some point in time in the existence of the universe, that may not be true anymore. We don't know when, we don't know how, we don't know why, but nothing is forever and nothing is definitive. Roman says, no, market can take back their decision. When trader enter, they will not decline their decisions. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure what point you're making there. Don't understand that statement. Says the market can take back their decision. No, the market cannot take back any decision. Every time there's a tick on the chart, you can't take it back. Okay, you see all these bars, they all print and they stay there. They don't change. You can't ever take this back. This bar back, or this red bar, can never be taken back or changed. That will be there for all of time. It will never be changed. What happens in the future can happen in a multitude of ways. But this bar cannot be taken back. This bar stays. Like it's made of stone. It's not going anywhere. So if I understand your statement the way it reads, again, I disagree. But we do a lot of that, Roman. You and I, we disagree. Take this off. All right, so we got a pretty clear rejection of the open price. We came back, we tested the previous day close. We still got rejected again. The measured moves are still in play. There's even an argument that could be made, to even, let's see, is it this one? So argument, no, I think I'll leave it. But, I still think that we have some targets down here, potentially, that we're going for. I currently am more bearish than bullish. And, the way this market's looking, I think we can easily expect a retest of the lows of the day again. Having said all that, I always want to keep measured moves in mind. So in the shorter range. We're almost at the measured move of this leg down. Roman says, for example, a poker player decides to enter flop, and on flop, situation can change if he goes forward to turn, and it could change again. Well, yeah, you can do the same thing in trading. You can enter a trade like I did, and if it starts going against you, you can say, okay, you know what? I'm just going to get out here instead of going for my full profit target. So you can change too once you're in a trade. Same as poker. You know, what you just said is the same, is just making me feel like my statement is even more valid than when I said it previously, that poker and trading have a lot of similarities. Roman says, in market, trader can change only how much money he will take after he in profit. Yeah. You know, you can't make the, if you're in a poker hand, this is a stupid argument, but if you're in a poker hand and you to play poker, you have to put an ante in, and you have to put in a call to see the flop. Okay, so from that point on, it's the same thing as when you enter a trade originally. You have to put your ante in, and you have to put in your call. Okay, and then the cards come out. So at that point, you can fold your hand, or you can continue to play. You can check, and you can see more cards. You don't have to bet more money. It's the same thing here. You're in a trade. It can go against you. You can decide to get out for break even. You can decide to get out for a little bit of a loss, or you can stay in and go for a bigger win, or you can end up with a bigger loss. It's all the same stuff. It's all math. You don't have to agree. It doesn't matter. I don't have to win the argument with you. I feel like you just see things differently, and that's fine. I see things the way I want to see them. I think, you know, I make a lot of good substantiated arguments for the things I say, and they're very logical and reasonable, and you can think whatever you want. Roman says, you say so because you can't see buyer and sellers. I see buyer and sellers with every single click, with every single tick of movement. I see buyers and sellers. You don't have to be looking at DOM to see buyers and sellers. You know, I can see where there's support levels, and I know there's going to be buyers at those support levels. And I can see where there's resistance levels, and I know there will be sellers at resistance levels. I think what you fail to see is that everything we see on these charts is human psychology at play with money, and people make decisions based on human qualities. And you don't have to see a bunch of numbers on the side here at different price points to understand the psychology of why people buy at certain levels or sell at certain levels. So maybe you need to depend on that, and that's fine. That's why it's there for people like you that see things that way. But there's others of us here that can take a trade, and we can be really precise. We don't have to take 100 trades to spend a gazillion dollars in fees and commissions to hopefully come out on the right side of it in terms of being green versus red. And you actually make your probability of green days smaller because you stack up so much in commissions and fees that you have to work against all of that money that you're throwing away because of the volume of trades you take. And meanwhile, my commissions and fees for the day, after making $277 on this account, my commissions and fees are $7.96. That's all I had to pay to make this much money. Now, how much are your commissions and fees when you make $277? I bet your commissions and fees are huge, $100+ in commissions and fees, and maybe you make $270, right? So I'm a much more efficient trader, and you know, I understand that the high velocity trading, you know. Algos do that, but you're not an algo. You're a human. Roman says, when you feel buyers or seller, when they are ready, they go together and trade, and this is the flop. It's like you can see flop in poker, so you always have big average. If you know your math well enough, in poker, you have 52 cards. You know how many players are sitting at the table with you. You know what 2 cards you have in your own hand. If you're good at math and you understand the game at a higher level, you can absolutely calculate what the odds are of what cards will come out on the flop. And after those cards are out, you have even more information, and you can calculate what the odds are of what the other players have in their hands, and what the odds are if they're betting based on their betting habits, whether they're checking, betting, raising. You can make really good informative, based on probability decisions based on what you think the other player has in their hand, because that's just the way it is. If there's one card left to come out or two cards left to come out, and you're looking for a flush or a straight, you can calculate it in poker, what the probability is of you getting a winning hand, of your opponent getting a winning hand. And then there's always the piece in poker, which is different than the market, where you can bluff your opponent off of a winning hand. But people get bluffed in trading all the time. People see their setups and they get in the trade, and then the market takes them out. And they essentially got fooled in their trade as well. So I think there's a lot of similarities. There's a lot of differences. I didn't say it was the same. I said there were similarities. Roman says, I know average traders every 5 minutes too. It's about 3 to 5K, or it could rise to 10 to 20K after big news. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're saying there. You're saying average traders make 3 to 5K in 5 minutes? Is that what you're saying? I don't understand. It's not true though. Average traders lose. Most average traders lose. But I don't know what your comment means, so maybe I'm just misunderstanding you because of your English. All right, I'm not going to be here much longer. I'm going to hang for a few more minutes. Roman says there's 3,000 contracts traded every 5 minutes. So what does that have to do with anything? I'm not sure how that relates to the conversation we were just having. Or maybe you're making a new, are you starting a new conversation about a different point? Roman says, sorry, 2 minutes. I use 2-minute candles. Okay, great. What does that matter? How does that affect me in my trading? Or you and your trading? I'm here trading the NQ because there's a lot of liquidity. This we know. It's also the reason why I don't trade typically Sundays or after hours, because it doesn't have the same amount of liquidity. And I just experienced last Sunday and last week after hours the disadvantage of lower liquidity, which is why I don't want to trade those hours anymore. That's the only reason what you're saying has any relevance to me, but otherwise it doesn't affect my trades from one to the next. Roman says traders can appear from the air. Well, they don't appear from the air. They appear from wherever they're trading from at their computer terminal. And traders come and go. Poker players come and go too. Poker player can be sitting at a table. If you're playing a tournament, they can come and take you to a different table at the same tournament. If you're playing a cash game, someone can take their money and decide to leave, and someone else can come in. Same thing. They don't appear off thin air. They're sitting at their computer just like you and I. Robin says traders can't appear from air. Roman says, can you check average trades? in your each candle. Well, can you check average trades in your each candle? I mean, I don't see why I need to do that or why it matters. If I was concerned about how many transactions were happening in each candle, I'd be trading the tick chart, which is what I used to trade. And then, yeah, I could tell you definitively, like what I'm looking at right now is a 1900 tick chart. That means every tick is a transaction. It's not volume. It's not the volume of contracts. It's a transaction for every tick. And so that's why I used to trade the tick charts, is because I liked knowing that, okay, each candle is this many ticks, and that's how I'm able to judge the volume. But even though it's not exactly volume, but the liquidity. But I've switched off of that and I've gone to 1 minute charts because I don't know. I like 1 minute charts. It's lowering my my risk per trade. Roman says, I think you don't have data feed for it. No, I don't have, I don't pay for level 2, if that's what you're asking. I don't pay for level 2 because I don't need it. I mean, you see my numbers, right? I'm up on all of my accounts. I'm obviously able to take trades. For the week, if I didn't trade Sunday, which I normally don't, that was the first Sunday I've traded in I don't know how long, probably over a year. But if you look at my week and you take those 4 trades off from Sunday, and you just look at Monday through Friday, I'm 5-0 this week. So obviously I can trade without level 2. How many times do you go with 5 wins in a row the way you trade? So I imagine 100 trades a day, you're just in and out constantly, and you're just taking wins and losses and break evens just all the time. Roman says there's possible to see kind of traders are there at the moment. Yeah, but you realize you're not seeing all the trade. You're not seeing all the orders. You realize that, right? You're only seeing limit orders. You're not seeing stock market orders. Like you might see a block of orders. Like if you're looking at it doesn't even matter anyways, because people leave their orders in different places for different reasons. Like, okay, like I can have this here all day, right? Now the market can't see this order. And by the way, you can't see this order either because this is a sim account. All these PA accounts are in a sim environment. So all of us that are trading prop firms, nobody sees our orders in the marketplace. But even if I was trading my live account right now, I could have my order here, just sitting here for no good reason, just up here for me to move it down where I want to move it down at any given point of the day. How many people do you think do that? I'd say a lot of people just have their orders in places, you know. I mean, I could even bring it closer. It could be here. And you could be seeing that and thinking that this matters for some reason. This trade, this doesn't matter. And poof, it's gone. So there's a lot of, you know, you seem to think that it's really, really important to be able to see that stuff. But there's all kinds of stuff like that going on all the time. You know, people also leave their orders out there, and when it gets closer, they get rid of it because they're not interested in actually being in the trade there. So there's a lot of spoofing. There's a lot of orders that don't really mean anything, and you're seeing them and you think it means something, but it doesn't. Roman says, we can see as they enter and leave the market, can feel how much profit they take, and there can appear completely different type of traders from nowhere who will enter and just keep position. Yeah, I can see that too by how the market moves and how the candles move. Yeah, I get it. Roman, at some point, maybe you'll realize that people can see the market in a variety of ways and be able to tell the same things in different ways. I don't know if you'll ever get to the understanding of it's the same way that people can be colorblind, and you can say this color is blue and they'll say that's not blue, that's green, right? And you'll say no, this is blue, and they say no, I see green. And how are you going to convince them? To me, that's me and you. One of us is colorblind and one of us is seeing something, and one of us is explaining that no, actually there's another way to see this, but one of us just doesn't want to admit or accept that there's another way. Now, I accept that you can see things in the market the way you do, but you don't seem to accept that I can see the things in the market the way I do. And so that's where the standoff happens. I've never said that you can't trade the way you're trading, but you seem to imply that it's needed and necessary, and it's just not. There's a lot of ways to trade. There's a lot of ways to see the market. There's a lot of different tools. What works for some people doesn't work for other people. Everybody has to find their own thing that works for them. If you believe you found something that works for you, good for you. Here goes Roman again. Roman says, okay, buyers in action now. Yeah, we see that the bar went up. We see somebody bought this to make this candle bar form. You're not saying anything that's breaking the internet with your insights. It's a very redundant statement. Meanwhile, we've been in a chop zone for how long now? Here, look, straight across. We've been in this for 35 minutes. You really think the buyers have control right now? After one candle? Yeah, okay. Roman says, remember, I said that buyers will try to take as much as can. This is the flop that we can see. Yeah, and the sellers will try to take as much as they can at the same time. There's a clear level here. People had their limit orders placed to sell right at this pivot point. And I can see that just as well as you can. And they put their sell, and they're probably taking profit right around here. And so you had a little bounce. So what you say about the buyers is as well true for the sellers. I feel like it's just my opinion. It's just from the things you say, but I feel like my opinion is that your view of the market is very narrow. You have a very narrow view. Roman says the movement is not ended yet. Again, he speaks definitively. Oh, all I see is an area where there's been rejection 1, 2, 3 times. So I'm not as convinced as you, but you can believe whatever you want. Roman says buyers still try to take it. Roman, please start your own YouTube so we can all watch you be so amazing at knowing what the market's doing. Please do us all a service and a favor so that we can learn and understand from your insights. Please share it with the world, because it's just so amazing how well you read the market. We're all 2 of us that are here are just very impressed by you. Very impressed with your knowledge and insight into when the market is moving up or down. in the meantime, for my other viewer that appears to be here, yeah, I stick to the way I trade, and I've got my one win for the day. If I get more, that's great. If not, I'm happy with this win. If you add this all up, I know that one of these accounts is an evaluation, so this $1,210 is obviously less important and less real. But between these two accounts, the two PAs, where I can actually get payouts from these accounts, I made $250. So just shy of $260. So, or 500. Sorry, let me say that again. $550, just shy of 560. So, for us normal people, a $560 day is nothing to be ashamed about. I'm happy with a $560 day as the price starts working against the buyers, and we'll see what happens. But I think the other people that come by here and check out my trading generally have a knowledge of how I'm trading and accept it and realize what I'm doing. And again, this is just all about documenting my trading journey on Apex. I'm not trying to teach. I'm not saying I can teach. I'm not saying you should trade like me, because I don't really believe that anyone should do that, especially not in YouTubes or chats on YouTubes or social media. Most people that claim to be able to teach are frauds. Most people that claim that they can help make you money are just trying to make money for themselves by taking money from you. And most people that come into chats and tell people what the market's going to do next and how great they are at trading are usually beginner traders that have not actually been successful at making money trading the instrument they are watching at this time. And that's the reality. So I know Roman said he's been trading MNQ for 6 months now. He seems to think that he's a professional MNQ trader that knows what the market will do at all times because he has his fancy DOM and level 2 information. And so he believes at all times that he knows what the market is doing, but yet has also admitted that he has no money and is not trading right now because he has no money. And so when you have not shown even yourself that you can actually make money trading the instrument, I don't know what leads people to believe they should go into people's chats and claim that they know what the market's going to do, and therefore by insinuation means that they know how to make money. So that's the reality of the trading space on YouTube and elsewhere in the social media world. And that's why I tune it out. I'm having fun talking to Roman because no one else comes here and talks to me. So I will engage in the frivolousness of the conversation, because I just think it's funny that anyone would come here and think that they know 100% what the market's doing next, because the market could do anything next. There could be some news event that happens 1 minute from now that makes this market crash another 300 points, and we don't know that's coming. So nothing is definitive about the market at any time, no matter what those fancy numbers on your level 2 DOM say. Oh. All right, it's 11:12. I mean, I really don't want to be trading here much longer. I think we're at like an interesting point just because there is this kind of level of resistance here. There's the potential for a breakout to go long. There's also the potential for the continuation to the downside. So I do have to say that we had this new low. We've had these measured moves in place for quite some time, and it tried once to go down, tried twice to go down, tried 3 times, 4 times, 5 times to go down, and it's not. So usually when something can't go down and reach the measured move, and it's tried so many times. Usually, I say it all the time, usually it means it's going to go in the other direction, but it's still just not clear one way or the other. And so I certainly don't have the personality to think that, I'm not a narcissist, so I don't claim to have all answers and know what everything is going to do at all times. I pick and choose my spots where I believe the probability is on my side for the market to do what I think it's going to do, and that's when I take action. And until then, I watch and I wait. I'm like a panther hiding in the bushes, waiting for that perfect opportunity to strike its prey. And I try to make it count when I do. And otherwise, I'm just waiting. And, my prey is just kind of frivolously walking along, doing its thing. And I'm looking for the perfect moment to strike. That's all I'm here for. And there's other people, some people, they need a machine gun to kill a lot of people. Some people just need a sniper rifle, and they can do it efficiently and quietly. And, that's to each their own. Everybody trades their own way. I'm not going to come here and try to tell anybody to trade my way, or that this is the way, or that they need to do X, Y, or Z. I'm just going to continue to trade my way and observe the market and then take my trades accordingly. So broke through that level of resistance, and now we obviously have the bigger one here. Which I don't need this for, because my open price will tell me. Hey Roman, congratulations, it went up. Do you feel so good? Do you feel so good that you said it was going up? Roman, I hope you don't play poker the same way that you trade, where you decide what your opponent must have. It's definitive, and there's no other options. And then you get stuck in a hand that loses because you just, you really believed the other player had a hand and you couldn't see any other possibility. That's how you get in trouble. Roman says I play the same type. Yeah, I believe it. It's your personality. That's the great thing about poker. It's also the great thing about the markets. It's all about reading people's psychology. It's all the human condition. If you understand that, you'll be able to do something. Because humans are not human behavior is not set in stone. We are all unique creatures, and we all, there's always outliers, and there's always, differing proclivities. And there's the outliers that are really like wild cards. There's the people that just bluff, and they'll bluff any two cards. And then there's the people that play tight, and they only play when they have a really good hand. But then sometimes the people that only play with a really good hand choose a really great time to bluff, and it's really hard to know. And that's what makes poker interesting. It's also what makes the market interesting. Roman says, "Oh, all of a sudden it seems there's not many buyers there now." I know, but you are already right, Roman. What do you care? You said it was going up, and it went up that much, so you were right. It went up. Meanwhile, somebody put their limit sell order right here on the price open, and they were right too. They made a bet that it was going to go down when it hit the open price again, because that's been resistance. So another example of how different people see the market differently. All you were concerned about was buyers. And there's certainly sellers right here that are now making good money because they see the market different than you. So you say sell looks good now. They saw sell looks good when you were still saying buy looks good. All right? So you are an example of yourself, of how there are multiple ways to see the market, multiple ways to make money. Yeah, you'd sell now, but the good traders, they are already sold. So you're getting in late. You're getting in where they may start taking profit. So you always prove the point that I'm making every day that you come here with your definitive statements. And then I always have a counterpoint saying there's another way to see it. And then you always end up saying something that proves my original points. So I appreciate you for that. The point that I always make is there's more than one way to see the market. And those who are looking for buys and those who are looking for sells can both make money at the same time. They can both be right. And you tend to think in black and white that it's either a buyer or a seller, but it's both at all times. All right, well, I'm happy with my day. I feel like I've had enough. Roman says he'd sell now. Good for you. I think I've had enough for the day. I'm happy with my day. All I need is one trade like this, and I'm going to be building as I go along. So I'm trading 2 accounts at one time now. Eventually, hopefully, I'll get to trading 3 accounts at one time, and then 4 accounts at one time, and I'm going to be building up over time, as long as things go well. That's what I intend. But even still, basically a $550 day is good for me. I'm happy with that. And then plus the evaluation headed in the right direction. I'm up just almost $4,000 now. I need to get to, what is it, 16,000, 15,000? I don't even remember. This first time, it's the first 250K account that I've ever traded. I got it last month. I pretty much demolished it on purpose so I'd have a full month to trade with a full drawdown. And so 3 days in, made $4,000 on that one. And this account, which matters more, 9 days in, I'm up $1,375. And then account 12, 4 days in, up a little shy of 400, 370, basically. So things are going well for me now. And, it says 5-4 week for 56%. If you just cut off that Sunday that I traded last weekend, I'm 5-0 and 100% for the regular hours of the New York trading session. So I'll take that. It's a good sign for me. And you will not be seeing me on Sunday, and you will not be seeing me after hours or pre-market. It's going to be regular hours for me from here on out. It's a hard and fast rule. And as you can see, I'm very meticulous, very meticulous in my trading. And I'm very disciplined. I have a lot of patience. I even have patience for Roman, who we are like oil and vinegar. Or no, that's not right. Oil and water. We are two very different people that see things 2 very different ways. And yet I will allow him to speak his mind here as much as he wants, and I will debate him and have a counter argument for probably almost anything he says based on our personalities. I think we'll continue to agree to disagree on probably most things. I thought we were going to find common ground on the fact that Roman said that he's a poker player, and I'm a poker player as well, even though I haven't been playing recently. But again, just another example of Roman was so bullish and saying buyers, 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 which he was right for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles worth of time. So he was right for 7 minutes. But now this market is selling off in a big way and headed down towards the measured moves that I was looking for all this time. And it's just been taking some time, but I think maybe now we're going to finally push down and get there. I'm not going to wait around for it. I'm not expecting a setup that I'm going to like to get me there. But the market always has a way of speaking the truth. And this is not the first time where Roman was saying buy, 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 buy. And then shortly after, the market goes completely the other direction. And he'll argue that there was enough buying there that he would have made some money. And I agree. He's right. But in terms of him coming into other people's chats and YouTubes and calling out market direction, maybe he was right for 7 minutes or so. But he's clearly wrong now. So, be careful with your bias. Be careful with all those things. Eventually Roman said, I'd sell now. But, it's easy to flop back and forth and say, oh, I was right. I'm right every time. You won't hear that from me. You'll get, I believe so-and-so is going to happen, or I have an idea, or here's what I'm looking for. I may or may not be right, but these are the reasons why I'm thinking this X, Y, or Z thing. And you'll see me being patient and waiting for opportunities to enter trades where I really believe that the probability is extremely high for me to be right enough to get a profit. I'm going to turn this off for a second and just turn back on my PA11 account just to show the marks again for my trade. And do a quick wrap-up review here for anyone who might be here that wasn't here earlier. So here's my trade. Kind of big picture. We had the big move up early in the day. Then we had the huge move down. It was 200 something points up, 200 something points down. And then we had a continuation down. We broke down below the opening price, which is the white line, broke down below the session open from yesterday, broke down below the previous day close, which is the dashed blue line, and made a new low here. And based on my read of the market and also based on Bollinger's in this case, we had a new high here. We made a strong push down. It looked like another leg. Reason enough to believe that we would retest the lows here. We didn't end up getting a retest of the lows, but what I liked is we had a new high. We had a first entry long. This ticked just below this bar and then ticked back up for a second entry long from the top. And what I saw was the second entry long failing just shy of the midline of the Bollinger. Meanwhile, at the same time, creating from a new low, a first entry short and a second entry short, which some people refer to as a Pikachu. And so putting all those pieces together, I figured I had a short trade here that's good enough for my profit target. I go for 6.5 points. So you can see here, my entry had a little bit of slippage on one contract, but my entry was 825. And or maybe I even got a little bit of a better entry on my second target, because it looks like, I go for 6.5 points. So it looks like my first contract, I came out at 2002. So that's 6.5 points on the first contract. I actually got a better entry on my other contract somehow by a tick. And so I got, 7, here comes my math here, 7 3/4 points on my second contract, it looks like. If I'm looking at that correctly. So feel like I played that well. The other thing I did was once I got really close to my profit target for the 6.5 points, I moved my my stop down to ensure that no matter what happens, I get a win. I ended up getting the full profit target on my first contract. And then I was trying to let this have room to go all the way down to retest the low, because that was my original thesis and kind of contextual reason why I would take a short there. But when it started going, I moved my stop down incrementally to lock in at first my full profit target from my first contract, and then a little bit more. And then this thing started bouncing up, and I took my profit target with my stop loss or my stop exit, and got that profit on the second contract. So really got pretty much about as much of the runner as I could have gotten with the way I'm trading. So I felt really good about that. As we can see, it never did go and retest the lows there. So I pretty much got about as much as I figure I could have gotten off that second contract. And so for that trade, I got 277 on the two PA accounts and 1210 on the evaluation. And that's good enough for me. I'm not going for home runs. I'm just going for essentially base hits, doubles. And, there'll be an occasional time where the runners will work on those extra contracts and, go much further, and I'll get much bigger wins. I think I had one like that earlier this week where one of my trades on the PA account with just two contracts, I made around $800. So, on the low level, I'm making somewhere around $230 trading this way currently with two contracts on the PAs. And in the when the runners run, I can make up to $800 from two contracts on a single trade. So there's a pretty big wide margin of what's possible, or I can make even a lot more than that, depending if I catch a really good runner. So having said all that, Roman says he'll be back soon. Good seeing you, Roman. Good luck on your poker playing. I'm sure we'll continue to agree to disagree in the future as you come back. For my viewers, I just say don't listen to anyone in the chat. If someone's saying buyers are in, go long, or sellers are in, go short, just take everything you hear and see here with a grain of salt, and know that nobody here is a professional. I'm certainly not a professional. Don't copy my trades. Don't think that if I give an opinion about what the market's doing next, certainly make your own decisions. Don't trade based on anything I do or say. This is only for entertainment purposes and obviously not for financial advice. And that's why it says so at the bottom of the screen. The 80% discount is continuing for Apex. You can use this code or any other. I appreciate it when you use mine, but if you choose to use someone else, just make sure you use it, get those discounts. And currently Apex is offering a really pretty good deal. 150K eval, 250K eval, 300K eval. You could get any of those accounts for $40 after using a code for the 80% off. And then if you do pass those accounts by the cutoff date, I think it's August 15, but check the link below if you need more information. You can get the PA accounts for a one-time low fee of $85, which is usually a much higher fee for the lifetime fee. And for example, when I paid lifetime fees for my 50K accounts, at the same time, they were more money. They were $140 each. So it's a much better deal if you can pass the bigger accounts and think that you can actually get to a payout on those. It's a much better deal to go with the larger accounts right now, just in terms of startup money. But of course, those are harder accounts to pass and harder accounts to get payouts with. So keep all that in mind. And I do still recommend Apex. I know there's been a lot of drama with Apex over the last couple of months. For me, you can see I'm taking trades. I've had no issues with my trades and no ghost orders, no weird things happening currently. And so that's a good thing. And, I don't have any proof yet to say that they'll pay me when I qualify for a payout. If I ever qualify for a payout, haven't pulled that off yet. But I do personally know people that have gotten payouts, including my own brother, who just had a $14,000 payout this week be approved and is on his way to his bank account. So, he's somebody that trades by the rules now. The rules are very clear what they are. And when you trade by the rules, you get your payout if you qualify. And so I have no fear or doubt whatsoever about payouts. Even I think on one or two of his accounts, he potentially could have been denied because he was maybe a little over the 30% rule, if I remember what he told me correctly. And they still approved all of the accounts that he requested for. So, I think Apex is still where it's at. You can work your way up to 20 accounts. He's a good example. He had 7 accounts that he got payouts from, $2,000 max payout from each, $14,000. No games, no funny business, nothing, didn't have to send in a video of his trade plan or, do all that kind of stuff. Like clearly they are targeting people that they believe are trying to either scheme and scam the system, take advantage of the platform, or perhaps they think that maybe someone who's not trading their own accounts, or who knows what, or maybe they think somebody that's trading someone else's accounts. I think those are the times where they ask for all of that extra stuff. But I really think that Apex is a fine prop firm. I think they're as good as anyone else. They certainly have the best prices as far as starter positions, in terms of getting in and being able to trade evaluations without any further commitment. And then you decide, if you pass an evaluation, whether you want to commit further and put more money towards being able to acquire that PA account and work towards a payout. So yeah, I just personally have never had any big problems with Apex. And the people that I know personally, including my own brother, have seen large payouts at this point. And look, I hope to follow in his footsteps. He's trading great. He's a little bit riskier trader than I am. I think actually Roman would love to see my brother have a YouTube, because my brother takes a lot more trades. Now, my brother does not take 100 trades in a day like Roman here says he does. But my brother takes significantly more trades on average than me per day. And he's been trading really great. And we used to both be trading a version of what we called the BS system. He's kind of ventured outside of it a bit as well, although he still uses it for reference, I think. And I've obviously ventured outside of it since I don't use tick charts at all, and trading differently with the 1 minute chart and everything. But he and I are a good example. We're related. We're brothers. We had the same upbringing, but we are two very different people. We see the market differently. We have different personalities, and he's a more aggressive trader and I'm a more conservative trader. And it's just played out over time consistently. Even when I try to trade more like him with the BS system, we're looking at the same things, and I would still be a more conservative trader and skip more trades, and he would take more. So it's just based on personalities. I do think that it's good, like someone like Roman comes here and watches someone like me trade, because he actually is being exposed to a different point of view. And whether he ever takes anything from what he sees me doing or not doesn't matter. He is broadening his horizons in some way, even though he seems to be a very black and white thinker, in my opinion, in terms of like thinking that things are in absolutes. He tends to present things in absolutes here in the chat. But my brother is a good example too. Like me and my brother, we had the same upbringing, but we're very different personalities, and we are very different traders. And he's now finally started to become pretty profitable and pretty successful here in recent times here. I'm really proud of him. And at the same time, I feel like I'm like coming up behind him. I'm improving too. And I haven't gotten to the point where he's gotten, and he's gotten there faster, I think, because he pushes harder. And I'm also just more conservative in terms of the risk I put in. So I'm trying to keep the costs of my fees down, and not trying to throw too much at it all at once. I'm just trying to build up to where I want to get to. So, but we're a good example of like two people from the same family, both trading NQ in very different approaches. And we don't even share what we're looking. We don't talk during our trading. He does his thing, I do my thing, because we don't want to influence each other, because we're just very different. And I think that's kind of a good point to make as I wrap this up right now, is just no matter whose YouTube you watch or whatever, whether they trade the same as you or different than you, like it's really important, I think, in my opinion, that you're able to just form your own opinions about what the market's doing and be able to find your own entries, no matter what strategy it's based on. You have to understand for yourself what is a reason to take a trade or not take a trade. And for me, I know that when I guess, I lose, right? Or when I have ever followed anyone else's kind of what they say they think is happening, and I try to trade based on that, I've never done well. So the best I've ever done is by doing what I'm doing now, just trying to be a sniper, trying to wait and pounce right at the right time for what I'm looking for. So that's where I'm going to wrap it up and call it a day. I think I've said it all. Looking forward to the weekend, and I'll be back on Monday for a short week. Monday and Tuesday I'll be trading. Wednesday, no trading. It's 4th of July. And then should be back Thursday and Friday for trading again. And yeah, definitely said it all. I'm really happy with this day. Really happy with the week. 5-0 week for regular hours trading, New York regular hours. And overall, still at 77%, 264 wins, 77 losses for the week, including Sunday, 5-4, 56%. I'll tell myself in my head I was 5-0 this week because that's what I should have been. I shouldn't have really been trading Sunday at all. That was stupid of me. And 1-0 for the day again. So at least the trade copier worked. Got it on 3 accounts. And as I move forward here, that's really what's going to be on my mind is like get to a payout, collect 2,000. Hopefully a second payout comes shortly after or near the round at the same time. Collect the second 2,000, then I have 4,000 in my pocket. Then I am absolutely green for my Apex trading at that point in time for all the fees I've paid. And then at that point in time, hopefully I can build those first 2 accounts back up while I'm working on the second 1, 2, or 3 accounts behind it. And hopefully I can start, trade 2 at a time on those. At the same time, I'm building these up, and then eventually trade, 3 at a time. And then hopefully start making money, being profitable. And then from there, getting more evaluations, passing them, adding them to the PAs, and then going from, maybe trading 3 at a time to maybe trading 4 at a time and just building up from there. And hopefully I can kind of have a cascading profitable journey from that point. So it's all a work in progress, and I feel like I'm getting better, but I know there's always days and weeks where you just run into a brick wall that are always able to happen. So we'll see how that goes, but I'm really enjoying trading with the Bollinger Bands. It's very new for me. It's only about a month, and I used to trade with 21 EMA. I completely took it off my chart. I don't even reference a 21 EMA anymore. And so far, so good. I like it. I'm going to do some playback over the weekend if I get some time and try to hone in. Maybe I could find some more entry opportunities just based on the Bollinger alone, separate of when it lines up with second entries. So that'll be something I'm going to be playing with over the weekend, and we'll see how it goes. All right. I am done. Have a good weekend. Hope you had a good trading day and a good trading week. And I'll be back Monday around, I always say like around New York Open, right? Let's see here. See if I can find so live stream every day around New York Open. Maybe I should say around instead of between. Around New York Open to 1:30. Let me change that. I think that would be a better way to say it. Around New York Open to 1:30 Eastern. All right. And as you can see, sometimes later. All right. Thanks for watching. See you next time.